Sorry. Need a second. I forgot to hit all of the go live notifications. It's always something. Alright, here we go. Hi! Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello, lurkers and VOD watchers. I hope you're all having a good Thursday. I hope you're all doing well. So, unfortunately, I was, sort of going back and forth. I was deciding whether we were gonna do game development or some more art tonight. Yesterday was rough. Yesterday was kind of a bad day. It was just a bunch of not great things that at the end of the day I just sort of looked at the total of it and went, well, that sucked. So yeah, I don't know. Work has just been kind of draining this week. Today, definitely so. But I went for a run after work, and I don't know why, but I guess my shoes don't fit anymore. Hello, Standing. It's okay, I appreciate it. I hope your Thursday has been good, though. And today has been okay, but I feel like I'm mostly just sort of recovering from yesterday. But yeah, so I managed to finish the run for the most part, but I have a substantial number of blisters on my feet now. So I don't know why my shoes just don't fit me anymore, but I think I gotta go get new ones. It's not great. It's not great. And then, I was turning it around, met up with some friends, some of my work friends to play Helldivers, and the graphics driver crash reared its ugly head. We had been good for a month, and if I want to be really optimistic about it, hey Mage, happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. If I want to be really optimistic about it, I do feel like the recovery from the crash was better than it has been in the past. It felt like it didn't last as long. And the number of errors that the system reported was not as many. But it did happen again. So I looked for a couple of things online, messed with a couple of things, and we'll see if it comes back, but unfortunately, I guess we are not in the clear with that, which really sucks. It seemed like we were doing super well, and then we were not. So I don't know. That just kind of reinforces to me that I gotta get the little Traveler, is what I'm calling the mini PC. I gotta get the Traveler up and going. They gotta get ready and integrated into the system so that if we are streaming and we run into freezes or crashes or whatever else might decide to happen, it won't take the whole stream down with it, which is honestly the biggest concern that I have right now. So I'm gonna be looking at that this weekend. I've got a lot of the software that I want to put on it set up. It's more at this point a matter of figuring out making sure everything is sort of set correctly, that everything has my preferences and my local files and whatever else I need. Oh shit, yeah, no, you should make it an early night, now. 3.5 hours is not enough time. I hope you get some good rest tonight, at least. So yeah, it was just kind of a rough day yesterday. I'm really looking forward to the long weekend. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking we're just gonna try and take it easy tonight. We got some art to work on here. And we're just gonna try and prog that and get it ready to deliver on Saturday, I'm thinking. One thing that occurred to me, because I can't Well, I kind of can, but I want to double check. Hello, Jack. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're ready for the weekend. Been having an okay week? I was just recounting my series of misfortunes from yesterday. I was thinking about, so one of the things that's really annoying about this crash is the number of different causes that people seem to find, and just like possible fixes and things that worked for them. But then other people, have a laundry list of like, yeah, I did all of those things and nothing has solved it. Some people say it's a hardware issue, some people say it's a software issue, some people say it's an interfacing between the two. So it's really hard to pin down. One of the things I really wanted to kind of go back and double check was whether anyone is having issues with AMD graphics cards, and this is happening. Because, frankly, I kind of hate NVIDIA. I don't have much reason to like NVIDIA. And I feel like AMD at this point is really offering a much more approachable product in terms of price. So it really comes down to performance and whether or not I can expect to get a good experience with an AMD graphics card. Because if I can, I might not get another NVIDIA. It does bother me that there's only really two options, right? You can get an NVIDIA or you can get an AMD. But with stuff like this, with these highly specialized, very complex technology, I can understand that if you're not already a juggernaut, you're not going to be getting into the space. If I tried calling a priest, well, I did, but they didn't pick up. They refused to take my calls. I don't know why. It's very rude, really. A little bit of good news about the art piece. I was double checking because I was trying to find ideas for the background, and I discovered that Maya has a second reference sheet that has some really good close-ups of the gloves and everything. So that's gonna help nail in some of these details a lot. I'm really happy with how it's looking so far. So I think we're gonna have a good one on our hands, on our jazz hands. But I do want to start by setting up our background because it's at a point where just having the gray background. There we go. Is just not doing it for us anymore. Why don't we go ahead and just jump into that? We can keep yapping as is our way, but I figure we can go ahead and we can yap and draw. We can multitask. So yeah. Honestly, the big thing for me about this weekend that I'm like really looking forward to it is there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, right? We're going to have the stream on Saturday. I want to work on the computer. I want to work on the model because we are getting towards the end of May and I want to have that ready to go for you guys. But I feel like I have all of the normal time that I would have to do those things. And then there's an extra day that I can just sleep. I can just lie in bed for like an extra hour or two, and it's fine. Okay, so what I want to do, we got a couple of things, but the big thing, and I'm just gonna be kind of lazy, so don't at me about it, is she has this flower tattoo on her right arm, like around the deltoid area. And at the angle of the drawing, I don't think we can really see it, but we're just gonna use it for the background. We're just gonna do like a big blown up version of it and have it be a decal. Oh, I did deliver the art piece to Aiko. She was a little busy last night because she has just sort of a chatting stream that she does with a number of her friends. So, you know, she was focused on that, understandably, but I did give it to her and she saw it after the end of the stream and she seemed to like it. So, mission accomplished. There we go. We don't have a long weekend this week, but next week we got Thursday and Friday off. This is super weird. So, Canada had a 3-day weekend last week, and then over here in the States, we have a 3-day weekend this week, and you have a 4-day weekend next week. And it's like everyone just sort of said, yeah, about now. Now is good. Now is good. It's the start. You know, we're getting into the summer. Everyone just take a long weekend, but couldn't all agree on which one, I suppose. The important part is that we take it. I really do need a vacation, though. I am frustrated. I think I'm getting kind of a little burnt out on work. I think I just need some time to not worry about it and de-stress and think about other things. I need some me time. Job is letting us out 2 hours early and I have Monday off. Nice! That sounds like a good deal. I almost forgive them for the other thing. There we go. Okay, cool. So let's just apply that mask. And then, so because of how much I'm scaling this up, we are gonna have to do stuff to it, right? We're gonna have to do some paint over here because the rasterization is gonna be fugly. What does it look like if we rotate it? I think the other problem is just, you know, it's very noisy right now, right? Much better than they used to be. Okay, well, better is good. Better is good. We can start there. Okay, what I might actually do, so you can see why I don't like it. You can see why I don't like how like blown up and gross it is, but it's a starting point. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. We're gonna grab this sort of muted middle of the road purple, and we're gonna clip you to it, and then we're gonna drop the opacity, right? So it becomes more of a decal and less of a contest with the main focus of the drawing. Okay, we can bring back the reference. No, we can't because the colors aren't on there. I'm just gonna grab the colors from her model sheet because why mess with what ain't broken? Alright, close. A little bit less. I have one more idea on something that we might add. That I think would be cool. We'll see kind of how it balances out with the flower idea. Alright. Used to be a holiday. The owner company didn't want to recognize them and give us a day off towards the end of January. I can't exactly say why they didn't, but if you think about the holiday, you probably understand. I see. I don't know for certain, but I have my suspicions, and that concerns me. It's not a good reason. There we go. I'm not sure about this element. Like, I like the concept, I just don't know if it's going to be distracting. I feel like it's going to be distracting. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot and see how we feel about it. And I think on the subject of the AMD graphics card, I think Tech was basically saying that they had really bad luck with AMD for a long time. Like they had AMD cards, but they kept burning out, like physically overheating and dying, which is certainly not ideal. I don't know why that would be the case. Well, to be fair, AMD CPUs also run very hot, so I suppose it's not impossible that their GPUs also run hot, and maybe just too frequently we're burning out and dying. I don't know. But yeah, I might honestly see about dropping NVIDIA going forward, because I feel like on top of them just being really scummy about a bunch of stuff, I don't know. I don't get the impression that they're like making as good of a product as they used to. I feel like they're getting very lazy, for lack of a better term. Lots of laurel resting, shall we say. Okay, I'm gonna put on our main sort of playlist for tonight. I was thinking we would put on some jazz, some game jazz. Officially start winding down for the night? Yeah. Good work today, Mage. Yeah, we appreciate you hanging out, but please don't do that. You know, obviously prioritize getting ready for bed and getting some good rest. Yeah, just making it a bit smaller I think helps a lot. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately with this sucker, what I think we're gonna need to do, because I just don't like how it's looking, right? It's so rasterized, it's so beaten up. We're gonna have to come in and there we go. Might have to go down to the base our sort of base level as well, and add some cleaned up bits and bobs. What if we take this? Both of them, please. God damn. Alright, so that doesn't fit very well. That doesn't fit very well. That doesn't fit very well. I'm mostly just trying to figure out where we can put this that will look good. Once I keep self-attentive, not really able to just try and fall asleep. It ends up being a whole thing. I think I get what you mean. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere with this. So if we were to take this and sort of put it as like a border element in the corner. I feel like that works better. It fits a bit better with like the overall position, and then we don't need to worry about the red sort of rope element that I was thinking for. Almost time for work. You want a great rest of the day? Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you popping in saying hello. I hope you have a really good day at work. I hope you have a really good start to your weekend. Everyone wish Jack a good day. I suppose technically not a good night, but as you will. Ah yes, the classic Betty by Soda. An American staple. Yeah, there we go. And hello, Tisha. Hope you're having a good Thursday so far. Good start. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Ready to take it easy. Wish I could do melatonin. Sleep through the alarms. It's too powerful. I wonder if there's a filter I could use there. Well, so there's the artistic filter. That might work. It would definitely reduce a lot of the noise. Okay, let's see. Line thickness, line simplicity, color blending. What happens if we color blur? Number of colors. Why is it? Where are you getting green from? I mean, it almost works. It definitely cleans up the rasterization, but it's also just so fugly. I don't like it. We're gonna go do it by hand. Got some ice cream. Nice. What flavor? I would say thank you, but they're not my flowers. They're from Maya's design. I'm just going over them and cleaning them up for our background. Onion. Alright, well, to each their own, I suppose. It's not my business to judge. Let me plug in my camera really quickly. Oh, well, there you go. Was copy pasting. Sure. I'm sure that's what it was. It's a classic mistake, right? You type in strawberry, it autocorrects to onion. It's just the way it is. It's not onion, I swear. I'm gonna get some ice cream this weekend. Because one, you can't go wrong with ice cream. Two, I would really like a milkshake. Excuse has many layers, god damn it. They haven't made you go to bed. The other day I wanted a milkshake, and the closest place to me that I was like, alright, you know, they're not bad, I'll just get a nice cheapo milkshake, was Jack in the Box. It's like, alright, I'll just head over to Jack in the Box, I'll get a cheap milkshake. And so I checked online. They wanted like $7 for a fucking milkshake at Jack in the Box. I'm like, you must be out of your goddamn mind. So I'm just gonna get my own ice cream and I'm gonna make my own damn milkshake. And sure, it's not gonna be as like thick and creamy as what I could get at, you know, Jack in the Box or another place, but it's not gonna cost me $7. Because I ain't about that. This is gonna take me forever to clean up, honestly. I'm wondering if this would be simpler. Alright, let me try something really quickly. I'm gonna do something real, potentially dumb, and lazy. Okay, pencil drawing. Remove JPEG noise. I could try that. The problem is it's not JPEG noise, it's rasterization, right? I don't want to sharpen, I don't want permanent noise, retrofill. Alright, so let's try this. We're gonna increase the number of colors so that it stops giving me color blur. I just don't want it to have as much like banding. We want that. No, I'm not out of my mind. I'm not there. I just don't want your order. What does smoothing do? It didn't do much of anything, as far as I can tell. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna... not that much. There you go. I suppose that works. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Forgot to put soda in my mini fridge. Dr. Pepper. I like Dr. Pepper. I know that's like contentious. Some people really like Dr. Pepper. Some people think it's like a war crime. I like it. I barely ever drink it because I almost never drink soda, period. But if I do allow myself, that's one of the ones that I will get. I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew, and I think I just kind of burned myself out on it. Honestly, probably a good thing. Yeah, energy drinks I've never been on board with. I haven't had Mountain Dew since Orange H3 Soda. I don't know that I've ever heard of that. Yeah, unfortunately, so I really like getting... Oh, Halo 3. Got it, got it, got it. Where the fuck are we? Okay, we're super zoomed in. Look, they knew who their target audience was, and they knew how to cater to them. I think that's looking better if we reduce the opacity on that, right? So it's not so argumentative, perhaps we might say. Or distracting. Maybe set that to overlay. That's kind of fun. Do soft light, we could do, yeah, color doesn't work. Overlay is a little too striking. Color dodge, that's kind of fun. What does add look like? Additive's also fun. Oh, Maya's a total sweetheart. I love her to death. She's great. Okay, so if we set this back to 100 for now, just to have a duplicate, right? And then maybe we set this over here. Okay, I think I know where we're going with this. I'm getting ideas. Which I know, always dangerous, but bear with me. Okay, and then we're gonna set, oh shit, okay, yeah, so then you go like that, and then the flowers are gonna set to additive, right? And maybe drop you down like this. And then you can go over here, and we're gonna do one more like that, and sort of rotate it around. Go like that. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna drop it one more time and then duplicate the whole group and set it to overlay. Yes. Oh, I like that. That's fun. That's fun. That's good. That's a good balance. I feel like that's well. Then we don't need to spend quite as much time cleaning up the flowers, right? Because it's not like a focal point where every little like minor detail of it is gonna be noticeable and problematic or whatever. Okay, one last thing just for my own sort of satisfaction. We're gonna make a counter gradient on this side. It'll be a bit darker. I don't know why, but the transform in Clip Studio 4.0 feels very slow. Imagine this one summon makes flowers appear wholesomely. But meanwhile, unlucky as Kyle Ren, seeing the flowers being summoned still more! Boys never satisfied with anything. I've been horribly Star Wars brained all week after I finished Andor. I've just been watching stuff, talking about it, and looking up stuff online. And it's kind of wild. You know, a lot of times, like, especially with a popular show, you know, there will be sort of a back and forth. You know, there will be people who like, it's, you know, 10 out of 10 excellent, best this and that, and then there will people be like, it's trash, it's shit, you know, the common internet discussion of such things. And the most that I can find of people being like downers about it are people going, yeah, here's like a couple minor things that would have been really nice to see, or like little ways that it didn't do perfect. But I haven't seen anybody come close to saying it was bad. I feel like everyone is very on board with like, yeah, no, this was excellent. Alright, I think that works. Okay, cool. I think that'll work for the background, and now we can get back into our regularly scheduled paint over. I am noticing, and I don't think it's a big issue, but the ears are a little off-center. So I might try and clean that up. Oh, hang on. Okay, yeah, so let's just copy you. I'm just gonna paste. We're gonna grab this whole section right here. And then we're just gonna scale it up a little bit and rotate it. Skew it slightly. There we go. Perfect. I know this might be blasphemous to some people, but I actually, not absolutely, but there are things from the like special edition Star Wars that they released in the 90s that I like more than the original trilogy. Some of it is unnecessary, right? Like some of it is redesigns or just adding weird little extra bits that didn't help anything. The whole Han shot first thing is really dumb. Or, you know, them editing it so that Han didn't shoot first is really dumb. But like some of the visual effects that they added to the fight scenes, you know, the battle scenes. When I was watching the despecialized Return of the Jedi, and there was actually a lot of stuff, like just little interactions in the Rancor pit between Luke and the Rancor that they added in. It was nice little extra bits. And then, like, you know, the Death Star fight. Honestly, the space battle in Return of the Jedi, they didn't alter very much. It was more the one in A New Hope that they added a lot more, like, sort of dynamic movement and dogfighting between, you know, the ships and sort of flying around the Death Star more. And that, honestly, I liked. I thought those were really nice additions. And I feel like for the most part, I would be okay if someone made like a half and half version where it was like almost entirely the original movie, and then it just included the CGI space battle stuff. I'd be like, yeah, cool, best of both worlds. This works for me. Oh, does she have... Oh, interesting. There's these little blue holograms around her ear decorations. So we'll have to go in and add that. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Yeah, I really shorthanded the setup on these. I know why I did it. But now we have to resolve that. There we go. You know, there are times I want to complain about work. I try not to. I try not to bring work in very often. One, I don't think it would be very becoming of me. It would be unprofessional to come on here and complain at you guys about my job. Two, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want it to somehow get back and being like, yo, I was talking mad shit about, you know, so and so, and then they find out and they're like, So we heard you were talking shit on the internet, and I'm like, And also, I just don't want to, get into a rant and accidentally say something that I wasn't supposed to, and then I have to, like, scrub all evidence of it from the internet. There you go. So I figured, just in general, better to not say anything. Better to keep my topics of game industry discussion related to companies that I don't work for. There you go. Stuff does get around. It really does. And people will just say things very offhandedly, and it somehow, gets widely circulated because somebody shared it, and then, or, somebody clipped it or grabbed a screenshot of a tweet. People do lose their jobs over that type of thing. Sometimes it's deserved. People saying really shitty things or being really shitty people. It's like, yeah, no, get rid of them. But sometimes it's just, a gab. Unfortunately, I watched a couple of, I don't know. Apparently I watched a couple too many drama videos because now YouTube thinks all I want to do is sip massive amounts of tea and find out all of the internet drama. I'm like, I really, really don't. It was a couple of things that I was curious about, and I really don't want to get into that cesspool. So I gotta start retooling the algorithm. I gotta start curating it by hand more and being like, no, shut up. I don't want to watch that. I don't care about that. There we go. I've searched so many different subjects in different languages, the recommendations have given up. YouTube front page is just a shrug emoji. I wish I spoke more languages. Hell, I wish I could still properly speak the two that I know. I can speak English pretty well on a good day. I think if I had to, I could still string together sentences in Japanese, but it would be pretty clunky. I have not properly practiced in years. Do I speak English well? Do I really? Does anybody? What is English? A miserable pile of grammar. Yeah, it's words and shit. What always really fascinates me, and I can like pick up on it really easily in English because that's my first language, but I think it's true in most languages that, you know, you have like a proper grammatical sentence, right? With all of the included words as it would appear in a textbook. But then the more fluent that you are, if you're a native speaker in a language, a lot of times, you know, there's slang words that get really popular, but a lot of like slang grammar is essentially just like dropping words or shorthanding phrases into, you know, one or two words because it's like, you know, the other part of this. Right? We don't need to actually say it because everybody involved sort of knows what this means. So I can just say the shorthand and that's good enough. Like one of the really common ones in Japanese as like a goodbye is jane, which means almost nothing. Like ja is basically saying like well, right? Like well then. And ne is just kind of a positive affirmation, like it is an agreement suffix. You put it at the end of something to be like, yeah, right? So you're really just kind of saying like, you all right? And then you leave. Language of the people who invented the spork. I hate how accurate that is. But it's aggressively true. I struggle with English because the thought process from brain to mouth, fingers gets crossed and jumbled. Yeah. Well, and I don't know. I mean, there's stuff like the whole I before E rule that they teach you, and that's a fucking lie. And there are so many times where I misspell a word because it's like, does that one have two consonants in it? Like, parallel. There's 3 L's in parallel. Where are the 2 that are paired up? Or palette. How many L's? How many T's? Technically, is palette French? I think palette is French. That one might not be English's fault. Okay, looking better. We're not done, obviously, but we'll get there. I'm mostly just concerned with like getting the shape. I'm gonna drag this one out a little bit farther just so that it doesn't tangent with the ribbon. Like that. don't know, for a very, 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 very short period of time, I tried learning German. So I think German is a very interesting language. I didn't get very far with it. If I had more time, I would like to try picking it up again. German, Italian. I don't know, Korean might be interesting, but that's low on my priorities. Yeah, someone was just making mac and cheese and the pasta fell and like formed some weird semblance of a sentence, and everyone was like, I have an idea. Okay, here's a random thought. What is the etymology of etc.? Where the fuck did that come from? I swear to God, that better not have been a contrivance of the king and I. That better not have just been something from a production that was so popular that people just ran with it. I'm gonna be really upset if that's where it came from. You describe with English or the words that are spelled the exact same way but are different. What would that be? Because homophones sound the same. Is it homonyms that are written the same way but are different words? Yeah, it must be, because synonym are two words with the same meaning. So a homonym, I would think, would be identical words, but have different meanings. Wait, would that make... No, it wouldn't make that the antonym of a synonym. It would be, like, the inverse. So I'm gonna drop a hot language take. I'm gonna drop a hot language take. Are y'all ready for it? I think we should standardize all tense conjugates. I think every past tense should end in ed. I think we should get rid of this whole wind and wound thing. Bind and bound, you know, whatever. Just make it all ed. Just make it simpler. Make it more straightforward. I get that there's reasons that a given word has a particular conjugate or a particular tense, but think of the ESL speakers, man. Think of the people that have to learn this shit and be like, okay, so here's the rules, and here's the entire textbook on all of the times that the rule get broke. A past tense of a word ends in ed. About 30 to 40% of the time. And I don't know, man. If I were trying to learn English as a second language, I might have just quit. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of really dumb. Earliest use in English was from the 15th century and was a Latin phrase. Okay, good. So at least it wasn't from the King and I. Translating to and others of the same kind or and so forth. Huh. Interesting. So I guess my question then would be, if it was a Latin phrase, are there similar phrases in other Romantic languages? One of the guys in my D&D group from the Dominican Republic, his words were English fucking sucks. Honestly, fair. Fair and accurate. I have no rebuttal. I have no refutation. Really imagine the Phoenicians, if ever they needed a word, would have loved that for cattle. I wish we got taught more about the Phoenicians. Everyone's always like, oh, it's the Greeks. The Greeks made everything and they were so cool. And the Phoenicians are like, yo, what the fuck? They learned it from watching us. Plagiarizing bastards. Oh, fuck is the most versatile word in the entire language. It can take on any part of a sentence. It can mean almost any part of a sentence. Like you can just, yeah, you can just replace a word with fuck and it still makes sense. It's just such a good word. And it's got so much versatility. I actually like that move. That's a good little move. There we go. Go. This doesn't need to be as dark in there, right? Go. I'm not avoiding working on the hands. We're just, I don't know, we start up here and we're just kind of working our way down, right? We'll get to the hands eventually. Go ahead and save before I forget. There we go. little bit of this just so we can round out the shape of the hair on this side, right? Have that backfill a little bit. There we go. Let's see. I think we'll tone this down just a little bit, right? Because this shouldn't be as bright as the hair in the foreground. We still want it to be, you know, clearly lit, but not as extreme. So we'll knock it down like this. Oh, I can turn the background back on, so you don't need that hidden anymore. Yeah. There we go. I might redo that little diamond pattern that I tried to put underneath her feet. I just had an idea for something that might look a bit nicer. There we go. Okay, yeah. There we go. You know, I was thinking a little bit about commission work and, you know, trying to get it, and, you know, I think some of it was coming from you know, listening to Jay and Fisani talking about it the other night. And just listening to some of the other art streamers talk about their experiences with commission work. I don't know. I was just kind of thinking about, like, why I would want to have commissions. Like, what's my motivation? I think some of it does come from just a long-standing what's the word? Expectation, I suppose. Right? Like, you make it big, or make it big, to be viable as an artist. You gotta take commission work, right? You gotta have people that want to pay you to do art. And usually they're gonna ask you to do art of something that they want to see, right? They're not just gonna be paying you to make the art that you are and be like, this is really good, keep doing that, here's money. right? So I think a little bit of just kind of there's like an ingrained expectation of, oh, if I'm doing well as an artist, then I have to be, you know, advertising and accepting commission work. I think some of it is just like a personal success benchmark, having that expectation and being able to meet it. I think that definitely is part of it. But I guess sort of the question that I have for myself is, if I don't need to take commission work, should I be chasing it, right? Is that something that I need to be, you know, that I feel is like necessary to have on my plate to feel successful as an artist, or to validate something? I don't think necessarily that it is. I mean, I certainly enjoy getting to come on here and just do whatever artwork I feel like doing, right? I like doing commission work. A lot of the people that I have gotten to do commissions with, I had a very good time. I thought the projects that they were working on were interesting, and I've enjoyed working with them. And I feel like we had a pretty good rapport. But if I don't, since I'm not in a position where I need to be getting a bunch of commission work to, you know, stay afloat, I don't know, you know, if I'm not getting it, I don't think I should necessarily, you know, see that as some sort of a bad thing, you know? I think the main thing that I might sort of, I guess sort of the main reason that I might still be chasing that car is it's always, I've never been super successful landing commissions and being able to get a lot of sort of independent or freelance work. So I guess some part of me wants to, you know that if I wanted to, I could, right? I would know how to do that, and it's more that I'm choosing not to because I don't need to do it, rather than I can't land commissions, right? Honestly, I'd like to buy more commissions than I have. Now is not a wonderful time for it, but I certainly could. Maybe it'll be a birthday present to myself. Get something nice. Something pretty. I think one thing I want to try doing as well, more just in terms of my own work, is not... I feel like I have this thought periodically and never really go very far with it, but at some point, just doing more like sketch work, right? Not making everything with the intent of I have to complete it and it has to be like a finished, fully illustrated work of art. It's like, no, it's just a doodle. It's just a thing. I made it and it's out of my head. It exists and that's enough, right? Yeah. Oh. Ow. Ow. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. I was looking up vocal exercises the other day. One of the little bits of advice I saw was that yawning can be very good. It sort of opens everything up and keeps things more relaxed. So I might do some yawning now and then. I might do some big old yawns. This might come as a surprise, but getting on stream and talking, yapping for 3 hours or more can be very tiring on the old system. It doesn't like doing that very much. There you go. Yeah, I think we're gonna... I think we're almost definitely gonna be working on this still on Saturday. It's coming along well, it just is going... It's going to need more cooking. Oh, weird. Why do you like that? Go away. Probably add a bit of an edge glow to the ribbon, but whatever that weird sort of artifacted halo was, I don't want that. Cool. I should probably work on one of these hands soon. Here, let me work on one of these just to sort of get it figured out, laid up, and then we'll switch over to one of the hands. Is it weird that I have the schedule for the streams and I know what day it is to, you know, not forget to do a stream? But then in the middle of the stream, I'll still forget what day it is. Is that just my brain being dumb? There we go. It was just a part of the internal rhythm. True, could be a different subsystem. Don't really need to think about day specifically while you're drawing. That is also possible. I could just get into such a kind of zen mode about it that I start falling out of time. I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Time is stinky. Not the biggest fan of time, if I'm being honest. Picks up a status Q Song of Time. You're just like, ah, fucked up. I think I goofed. See, on one hand, being able to travel back in time sounds awesome. On the other hand, because you're not, well, because in Ocarina of Time, Link actually went back to his child self whenever he used the Song of Time. Kind of. Technically, he went back in time when he put the Master Sword in the pedestal. It wasn't from using the Song of Time itself. So, I don't know. Like, the time travel in that was funky. But he was actually getting his years back. Which seems like a much better deal. A lot of times, like, you go back in time, it's like, I'm still getting older. This sucks. There you go. Okay, so we've almost got this set up. I just need to add the blue bits. Let's trim this down a little bit. Can plant it in the hair a little bit like that, right? And then we're gonna have a blue line that runs along the border like that. And then we're gonna have sort of a curved line that comes down like this. go. Okay. That looks pretty good. Alright, let's go. Let's go work on one of these ding dang hands. Figure this out. Okay, so what are we dealing with? Okay, so this is gonna be more blue than the rest of the sleeve. It's gonna be like a yay amount of blue. Sort of a darker, grayer blue. Something like that, yeah. And then that actually runs all the way down the palm to a diamond pattern that sort of sits over the carpal tunnel. Okay, and then this I actually basically have backwards, so that's fun. This is gonna be the good old sort of paw triangle shape. So it's more like that. We've got sort of a slight extension of the design, the space to go towards the thumb, and then you come out like that, and you go like that, and you just kind of go around, frame that in. Yeah. Good. Good. Alright, and then I'm just gonna move that one over. There we go. Okay, so that's about right. It's about right. Okay, and then we've got... Okay. Diamond pattern. Okay, yeah. It's making more sense. A little bit at a time. Oh. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. So it's not a second diamond. It's just sort of like a slope that comes in like that. Good. Tanetic. Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good week so far. I hope you're nice and ready for the weekend. How's it going? Go. Just trying to figure out all the odds and ends of this plug suit. There you go. Yeah, I think I made the thumb a little bit too thick, so I might need to trim that down some. There we go. Pretty good. That's good. We'll take pretty good. Pretty good is workable. We'll slim it down like that, and then we reduce the sun on this side. Yeah, that's a bit better. Go, and then you bring out a little bit farther. I don't know. The actual answer would be lost in the void, nothing is recharging from daily life. That's a whole ass mood. That's a buster's mood. But you know what? I'm glad you got a chance to recharge. I hope the recharging is going well at least. There we go. Okay, let's knock the background off a little bit because we've got this whole sort of negative space around the thumb that I'm trying to define better. We also gotta backfill the hair a little bit. There we go. Yeah, honestly, I have all this stuff that I want to do this weekend, but I might need to prioritize. I'm just trying to relax a little bit, get some rest. Honestly, that might be Monday's business. I might just like sleep in late on Monday and then play video games. It's like Sunday is gonna be the task day, try and get stuff done, and then Monday's just like, fuck it. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what I actually convince myself to do. also been on autopilot. Yeah. Just keep pushing forward. Unfortunately, with the feet being what they are, I don't know if I'm gonna get a bike ride in this weekend. I would really like to, but I think the blisters would protest. And nobody wants a protesting blister. That's not a good time. Okay, I'm just gonna make this inward curve a little bit longer, maybe something like that. Yeah, get out of here, blisters. You got a permit for that protest? I got your permit right here. That feels a lot better. This just says I can do whatever I want. Exactly. Go. There we go. Okay, a little bit more. It's a few more odds and ends here, right? Go like that. And then, okay, yeah, so you can go out like that and come in like this. There we go. Just shade that down, like so. Good. Good. Okay, that's looking a lot cleaner. It's looking a lot better. Not gonna worry about the white lines yet, or the glowy lines just yet. We'll finish sort of walking everything out and getting it looking very clean and orderly, and then we'll worry about those details, right? Okay. And we're gonna start coming out like this. There we go. There we go. Let's bring this around. And only like 20 more fingers to go. Room for the Baldur's Gate, but it's Animal Crossing styled. Would there still be the blood and nudity? Because like, at this point with the amount of Doom crossover, seeing Isabelle covered in gore is not that surprising to me. I should really play that at some point. There you go. I'm just trying to imagine RPG. Well, there's Cult of the Lamb. That's, I would say, adjacent to the Animal Crossing style. Definitely not exactly, but there's similarities. I think an argument could be made. Alright, we'll slim this finger down a little bit. It's a little chunky. It's a little too chunky compared to the other ones. Okay, and then I think... So we can do a couple of things. One, we can get rid of some of that, right? And then two, we should bring the bottom, the webbing of the palm, out farther so that it fills out the bottom of the hand better. Baldur's Gate is too intense. I tried Animal Crossing, but it was too chill. Alright, Goldilocks, calm down. Yes, Raccoon of War. We'll still have to have KK Slider in there somehow. Figure out some way to slot him in. So I haven't played God of War either. That was on the list. I feel like as time goes on, it gets further down the list. There's just other games that I care about playing more. Nothing against God of War, it's just, I don't know. We'll get there at some point, maybe. Well, yes, decorate your lovely Pompeian village. Oh no. Here comes the reset button. Take it up. Yeah, see, it's multiple games in one. Pompeii is kind of weird to me because people still live on and around Vesuvius, right? Like, they didn't abandon the area. I imagine they abandoned it for a while, but moved back relatively quickly because aside from, you know, the occasional mountain exploding, it's prime real estate. Not gonna just give up on that. But then, I don't know, I'm trying to remember because I feel like part of the challenge with excavating Pompeii is that over the years, you know, there were areas where people sort of were able to dig it up and take stuff from it, right? Like, it wasn't in pristine, albeit destroyed condition when it became such an archaeologist's you know, fantasy to visit and excavate it. By the time it became sort of the historical site that it is. I just wonder sort of at what point it sort of returned to being habitable. Right? A disaster like that, you don't just bounce back, but obviously it's not dead forever either. It's incredibly tragic, but it's so fascinating. Well, there's that YouTube channel / podcast that I really like, Fall of Civilizations, which, like, it's like watching a prequel. You know, at some point, hell, it's in the title. At some point, the party's gonna end. Whatever civilization this is going to have its heyday, its golden age, and then it is going to decline into obscurity. And the question is not so much like, is it gonna happen? It's more, what caused it and what was that experience like? I suppose to some degree, what lessons can we take from the people that have gone this way before? There you go. There we go. Alright, that's one hand. Mostly done. Mostly done. We're still missing some details, but we got the diamond pattern cleaned up, which was the big, like, thing that I was anticipating to be a headache. I do want to clean up the index finger a little bit more, just because the shapes are falling apart a little bit. So we're just gonna bring this in, and then we're gonna bring this up like that, and then sort of come in like that so that they meet up better. There we go. Hell yeah. Good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like being an archaeologist, you are going to run into things that most people would consider to be tragedies, right? You're dealing with trying to put together the history, the stories of the dead, and understand what happened to them. There you go. If you don't want the tragedy, be a geologist, because then you can just be like, yeah, rocks are cool. I like rocks. I like rocks. This is a good rock. Sounds better than just letting be forgotten. I think so. One of the things that always sort of strikes me about a lot of the episodes of that podcast is there's always there's the question of what happened to this civilization. But a lot of the times, the various locations that these places, these civilizations were located in, ancient Sumeria, Han China, Mongolia, Egypt, Roman Britannia, shit, I'm blanking on the name, but the South India, these are all locations that had sprawling empires or great kingdoms or some manner of very impressive civilization and population and whatnot, and they fade into obscurity, but people still live there now, right? It's not like it became some sort of desolation that nobody inhabits anymore, and it's just all you hear is ghosts when you go there. It's like, no, there's people. It's just whatever sort of system of society and governance at the time declined, right? And what's always kind of weird to me with those situations is you look at, like, well, what happened to the people that were living there? And a lot of times they just don't get recorded, right? Because these are just normal people living their normal lives, and nobody was really like bothering to write that down. We have records of what happened to the leaders, the kings and queens and generals and whoever else of the upper crust of the society, the people at the top. But when things start falling apart, a lot of the normal folk are just like, well, we out. They either do the best they can because they can't really manage to leave, or they head out for somewhere more stable and safer. And then probably at some point, in the far future, either their descendants come back or other people move in once the chaos has subsided. Fall of type things. Remembering the billboards jingle. China broke again. Ma, China's falling apart again. Oh, that China, always falling apart and putting itself back together. New coat of paint. I mean, China is very old in terms of, people inhabiting that territory, but the system of governance like cycles every few generations. It is not particularly old in terms of it always gets a certain distance and then it kind of falls apart again, and then it comes back, and then it falls apart, and then it comes back, and then it falls apart, and then the Mongols show up, and then it falls apart, and then it comes back. Okay, looking where we're making really good progress on this. I'm happy with it. Just gotta keep plugging away at the details. go. There's a lot of over-under in this area. A lot of back and forth. Okay. There we go. Good. A little bit more range in here. Good. This is some nice, nice color gradients we've got setting up. Okay, double check the front here. Okay, yeah, so this does have a fair amount of presence. It's not a background element like I thought it might be. So we'll keep this part bright, but I think we'll sort of half and half that, right? Sort of everything in front of the little headpiece will be brighter, and then everything that sort of sits with it or behind it will be darker. Something like that. We've got this whole one that we haven't started on yet. Damn it. Damn it. Alright, let's go ahead and save. I think we're going to take a quick deviation from all that. I think we'll work more on the chest area for a little bit. I'm just trying to sort of bring everything up, right? It is there. Why are you not erasing it? Stop being stupid. There you go. It's actually sort of like a holographic thing where it's like blue as it goes around the edge. It's kind of cool. It's pretty cool. Okay. And then, oh, okay, so then this has a part that connects in like so. So we'll go ahead and render out a little bit of that, right? Sort of have it connect behind the head here. On one hand, I'm almost surprised, like the week is already almost over. On the other hand, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We'll try and get a little bit more Star Citizen in this weekend while the free fly is going on and the free ships are available. Try out a couple more of them. I did get to try one that I have had my eye on. They sort of released the original version of it end of last year, and then they released a new variant model with the free fly event. So I got to try it out, and I like it. I like it. I'm not sure if I like the variant or the base model more. I think the variant is a little bit more like combat focused, which is nice. I think part of the problem with judging, do I like this ship or that ship more, is that the game is still very incomplete, right? There's a lot of stuff that is just not there. It's not made yet. And so, like, how durable is this ship? How well can it take a punch or, maneuver or behave in atmosphere? All these things are not factors that I can really take into account yet, because the full functionality of those things is not available. How long has the game been in development? So the original announcement was either 2012 or 13. So it's been over a decade. It's been way too long. And that is unfortunately the big sort of sticking point. It is the thing everyone knows about Star Citizen, is how long it's been in development and how much money it has accrued in that time. Though I will make the argument, I will play devil's advocate that, a game studio being open for 13 years and accruing, getting towards $1 billion, like if you cut that down year over year and you look at operating costs for a large game studio, it's like, yeah, I'd say that's about right. I would say it's not a ridiculous amount of money, just in terms of basic facts and figures like that. There's a lot of back and forth on where the money is coming from, the fact that it's being sold by pledges of ship concepts, and the fact that the game is still not out yet. Like, the game is feature creep to hell, right? It is scope creeped, and it's taken forever to sort of get from being like a prototype that people, the devs are in these little strike teams sort of putting ideas together as opposed to working in a more concerted effort to release a finished product. Right? They're definitely more in that latter phase now. They've sort of restructured some of their teams, and they've got more people tasked towards making the game, you know, functional and reliable and stable. So it is starting to feel more like a game in early access rather than just something that is like kind of slowly coming together in bits and pieces. But it's taken them a very long time to get to that point. Arguably too long. And a lot of that I would lay at the feet of management. I think the company has not done a good job of prioritizing and getting things sort of ready to go. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to I would say be distrustful of it, but hopefully it starts to go in a good direction. You know, one of the sort of favorite lines is, our grandkids are going to be so excited when they finally get to play Star Citizen. And slowly come together. At last, a star. A star is born. Pretty much. There we go. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm more optimistic now than I was even like, I don't know, a year ago. I do feel like they're definitely going in the right direction. It's probably still going to take them a while to get there, but it's better than it was. Which is something. There we go. I'm gonna reduce this down a little bit. I think the sort of chat extension of the rib cage is a little too extreme. Okay, so what I'm thinking about, I know it's too early to be thinking about the streams for next week, but essentially what I want to do as part of my to-do list for this weekend is get the Traveler up and going, right? I want to get to a point, excuse me, where it actually, we could theoretically start running dual computer streams, right? So I make sure that it has everything that it needs and all the connections are going to work and that it seems to be pretty stable. So I'm thinking essentially Tuesday is probably going to be a very scuffed stream. Assuming I can get all this up and going over the weekend, right? Tuesday is going to be a very scuffed stream because we're going to be doing a lot of testing and problem solving and checking. I'm probably writing down lists of stuff that I forgot to do, right? Stuff that I forgot to set up, and we'll need to go back and revise. So I hope that you all bear with that. Be patient. But probably as part of that scufftastic experience, I will probably continue to. I think next week we might not do any game dev just because I will need to spend Thursday still sort of figuring out where stuff is sitting and what's missing and sort of get everything up and going. So it might be 2 more weeks before we get to another dev stream. Unless things just go super well on Tuesday and I've got the energy for it, then we might send it. But I would not count on that. But that's kind of how I'm seeing things looking, right? Yeah, I don't know. I wish that using the Traveler didn't feel so necessary, but with the computer issues kind of popping back up, I feel like we do need to have a contingency. We need to have that sort of middleman in place to help make sure that the streams are going to be safe and stable. Because at this point, I don't really know what else I can do to try and make the computer work better. I know I'm being stubborn, but I really don't think replacing the GPU is gonna fix it. I really don't get the sense that it's something physically wrong with the graphics card. I feel like it's just something in the way that all of it is interacting with each other is broken. So at this point, without sort of tearing the entire computer apart and starting over again, I really don't know what else I can hope to do with it, you know? And I'd rather not build a new computer from scratch. I think if I did, though, because I was thinking about this, I made my current one with a mini tower case because I wanted it to be portable. It was a neat experiment. I would call it partially successful, but not as successful as I might have liked. And if I were to make a new computer, probably the first thing that I would want to replace is to get a better CPU. Right? AMD has their new was it like Gen 5 sockets or whatever? AM5? So I'd probably want to get one of those, which also means a new motherboard. And at that point, I would probably just get a full-size tower, you know, a regular size tower, and get a motherboard to match that. And then we might probably would be talking about new RAM. If the graphics card is the problem child, then we would need a new graphics card to replace it. And, you know, at that point we're just building a whole new PC from the ground up, right? We're replacing every part of it except maybe the hard drives. Which is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, especially right now. And frankly, this PC is not that old. So I feel like it's way too early to be talking about, you know, replacing the machine. So, I don't know. We'll keep playing with it. We'll keep an eye on it, see if the problems persist. And see if we can't stabilize it somehow. There we go. There we go. Nice. Alright, that is coming along. I like where this is getting. I think we're gonna make this a little bit wider. Just to get this to line up a bit more. Yeah, I'll do. I'm realizing this ribbon should probably be down a little bit farther. Yeah, fuck. Alright. Let's fix it. There we go. Alright, and then you need to get rid of all that, right? Get rid of all this. This layer. Ah, so there we go. We can actually draw through like that. There we go. Cool. Cool. Good. Good. Alright, and then you, we're gonna come up like this. You go like this. The sounds are very important. It's part of the process. Okay, I think it's working. I'm mostly just sort of looking at the draw through on this and figuring out, yeah, it seems about right. It seems like a pretty good shape to it. I wonder if this is gonna break everything. Let's save first, just in case it decides it wants to crash as I do this. Is it even gonna allow it? Oh, it does. Excellent. That's cool. I just want to reduce this a little bit. Maybe bring it over a bit more? Yeah. That's cool. Multi-layer transform. Beautiful. We did lose a little bit of connection there, so we will have to clean it up, but the fact that it worked at all is very cool. There we go. I will say, so random thought, just listening to jazz music. So my understanding is that a big part of jazz music, true jazz music, is the spontaneous creation, right? That you've got sort of these base elements. You've got what's written down, what's set up, and then you start performing it, and you just, like, you go along with that, but you also sort of have the opportunity to just spontaneously make things, add things as it feels appropriate to the song, appropriate to the mood and just the moment, right? The pianist, the saxophone, the bass, the drums, whoever's involved might just add a little something to it, and then you can play off of each other and just go from there. And, you know, not to like throw shade at anybody or anything, but when you're making music using, I believe it's a DAW, you know, the music making software, like Acoustica, Fruity Loops, or whoever else, I feel like it's harder to have that sort of spontaneity of creation, right? Because you can just sort of sit there and massage an idea for hours at a time, you know, make minor adjustments to the balance or the feeling or this, that, and the other, add stuff in, take stuff out, and you're not really like in that position of just here's the moment, do a thing, right? It's like you can get stuff that sounds jazzy. It's got all the hallmarks of jazz, but I feel like I'm being too much of a purist about this, but I feel like it's really hard to sort of get that like true jazz feeling unless you sort of restrict yourself to saying like, once I have an idea and I put it down, I can't, like, I can only mess with it so much. This is sort of the amount of flexibility that I will allow, but otherwise it's part of it now and I gotta roll with it. Probably some musician that's like, that's such a shit take, but I don't know, that's kind of my feeling on it. Hello, Sonic. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just doing a little drawing. Just doing a little drawing, doing our usual art thingy. Apparently, the jazz for the moment is cat. We are now cat jazz. You like jazz? There we go. There we go. Yes. Oh, hang on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if there's any particular like pattern or rhyme or reason to any of the faceting on here. We just gotta get a little bit of pink. A little bit of this pink. I'm actually gonna enrich it a little bit. We can get some of this blue going. We're gonna get some white as well. There we go. Looks pretty good. I think we'll just sort of come around and add a little bit of a nice blue outer rim to it. Maybe a little bit of a glassy highlight right there. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Alright. Good setup. I do want to add some bounce lighting through all of it, but it's going in the right direction at the very least. Clean up this shape. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I'm just looking at this chest arm boundary and thinking about how we want to make that work. So we got the deltoid over here, and then the bicep. So the pecs and bicep are gonna go like that, I think. Actually, yeah, the pec. Let me double check this. The pec connects in sort of on top of the bicep, underneath the deltoid. Yes. Yes. So yeah, the bicep is up here. So yeah, this is the bicep right here. And the pec is gonna sort of run over the top and root in like this way. So you can pull in, and then we just soften that up a little bit. Will you stop? Thank you. Oh, you're not blending. I think we can sort of bring it out a little bit more over here as well. A little bit of asymmetry here, I think, is fine, right? We don't need these to behave exactly the same way. Right? Like, if this arm is a little more extended than the other one, I think that's honestly a good thing. If they were, like, perfect symmetry in the pose, that would look weird. It would look unnatural. So I think, yeah, having this arm a little bit more rotated forward and this one a little bit more rotated back is honestly, like, a good thing. And I'm not just making excuses. There you go. Okay, good. Good. I was watching a news update today and there was a lady whose hair actually looked unnatural. What? Like, in terms of the styling? The color, the texture? Yeah, 1 second. There's a little blip just happened. I wanted to tap. Okay. Yeah, nothing happened. Might have just been internet hiccup. Makeup people overdid it. Oh no. Yeah, I feel like, now obviously this is just my take. Everyone's got their own way that they like to roll, and that's fine. But I feel like makeup is supposed to be subtle, right? I feel like if you put so much makeup on that it's really noticeable, it's kind of defeating the purpose of it. I think a lot of times when it looks really good is when it's just sort of accentuating natural details. Yeah, I've seen other people, or I've seen people rock other styles, and that's fine. Again, you know, it's not my place to tell people how to live their lives, but I'm just saying what I personally think works really well. Okay, that's working. Oh, excuse me. Just really... Looks like you know there's face print after wiping your face with your shirt. You just wipe your face with your shirt and you look at it and you're like, who are you? Unfortunately, I doubt we're going to be able to raid Maya to deliver this. I don't know what her settings are for raid blocking. But I cannot do it. We shall see. See what we can do. Most likely I'll just have to give it to her Saturday or Sunday night. It'll be okay. It's not a big deal. come back to this in a little bit. I don't feel like working on it. Like, this whole side is coming along really well, and this side is just like... just like barely touched on. I guess we're just sort of going in a counterclockwise pattern or something. There you go. Guess I could too. Caught up in the details yet, right? More focus on big forms and clean shapes, clean movements. I was walking out to get my dinner earlier. Disappointing dinner. Wasn't great, but it was worth trying. Anyway, I was walking down the hill to get my dinner, and this car went by, and it was just... I don't know what it was spewing, but it was like a smoggy cloud in its wake. It was nasty. I caught a whiff of it, and it smelled like burning. Not like, you know, gas exhaust burning. It smelled like something in the car was burning. And I'm like, dude, you should look into that. That's not good, my guy. I don't know how you don't notice that though. Like, if you look in your rearview mirror, you would just see like this white haze behind your car all the time. It's like, come on. What are you not looking? What are you doing? Please. Okay. I think the hair's coming along really well here. I like this. I don't know. People are amazingly capable of just kind of cruising along without paying attention to stuff, it seems like. Without being aware of things. I think driving just sort of accentuates that. I think people are just so focused on other things, getting places, taking care of things that they aren't necessarily paying attention to their immediate surroundings, their immediate situation, which is not good. I feel like driving is one of those situations where you need to be the most aware of what's going on. You know, every time people get in a car, every time they start driving, they're not, a lot of times, I shouldn't say every time, but you know, most times they're focused on, like I said, on doing something, getting somewhere. They have an errand to run or a task to fulfill. the act of driving is just a means to the end, so it's not like the thing that they're necessarily thinking about the most while they're driving. It's like, okay, but you're wielding the 5-ton death machine. You kind of need to focus the fuck up. You need to lock in now. Can't help people sometimes. People go and do what people go and do. Don't do that. Cyan highlight is very interesting. The other thing about Maya's design that is very sort of like, I like it, but it takes some getting used to for me, is she likes designs that don't have pupils. Right? So her eye is just a gradient of color with the cyan highlight at the bottom. And I always like to have pupil definition, right, to sort of build things around. So I have to get used to not having that available and just sort of going with it. It's neat, but it's very unique. There you go. A little bit more. Just gonna make this a little bit bigger and sort of give more of a sense of it, like clipping off rather than being like perfectly framed by the bottom of the eye, the iris. Just come in here and clean this up. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that looks pretty good. A little bit more red in here. Excuse me. Good. Yeah, I like that. Now there is a detail in there that we can add that will be very helpful, but one step at a time. Oh. Yeah, let's focus on cleaning up the rest of the area around the eye, and then we can go in and add that. Go. Good. Yeah, okay, I see what I'm doing. Just gonna get a little bit of this. And do that sort of inner lining. Okay, maybe not quite that red. Something like that. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, and then we're gonna recolor this little patch down here. Not quite as red as the tattoo, but pretty bright. Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, I do feel like it's coming along really well. We're almost done with like the general cleanup, and I'm getting a little into some of the secondary details already. But I feel like, you know, sort of getting that look and feel of the face is always really important to these, right? And then a lot of Saturday can just be, you know, detailing and refining, which is fun. That's always fun. There we go. I'm trying to get more used to not feeling like I have to yap the entire time, right? Like I can just sort of let it ride. Let the vibes happen. Let them happen naturally. Like jazz. You see, it all comes back around. Good. There we go. Okay, I think as much as I've been kind of putting him off, ignoring him, whatever, should probably finish. Oh god, I haven't really messed with the arms much at all, have I? Alright, we got about 50 minutes left, so let's focus on the arms. We might leave the hand for the end. Or not the end, but next time. Can I be really lazy here? Let's see if I can be lazy. Okay, I think we can at least start there, and then maybe we can do some like alterations to make it unique, right? What is this doing again? Oh, that's the bow. Yeah, go ahead and merge that in. We're good. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna like take this little bit. We can sort of rotate it. And then just sort of bring this over more, right? Should move this whole pink section. Oh well. That's not bad. It's not bad. Let's clean it up a little bit more. Good. I like it. It's good that'll clean up. Okay, and then these damn arms. What do we do with you? What do we do with you?
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Hello, Sora. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. How you doing? Thank you for the stress reminder. I'm just working on a drawing, a little painting. It's coming along. Still a lot to figure out, but it's getting. Let's figure out it was 7 in the morning. You got bit by the inspiration bug. As long as you're getting some rest. Maybe it's time for said rest. I don't know what your sleep schedule looks like. There we go. Okay, I think we actually need to kind of meet. Sounds fun. I don't do a lot of weapon designs and hard surface stuff. Should probably do more. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming along. We still got a lot of cleanup to do, but we've got most of the primary cleanup done. Next we can work on the secondary details. Where did my flowers go? Oh, they're at the bottom. There you go. Cool. Yeah, I feel like the armor plating on the bracer here should be darker. Like, it should be more uniformly dark, and then we can kind of have it gradate out to the lighter color. Like that. We're losing a little bit of the contrast right there, but we can add a nice little rim edge to bring it back. Thanks. Yeah, I had an idea to do more. Like, I was gonna have the flowers be much more prominent and then have a few other elements borrowed from her model sheet, but it just felt too busy. It was too much. And it really just sort of got into a less is more territory. Okay, so yeah, we got a nice gradient going now, which we can break up with a metallic sort of highlight band like that. A little bit above. And we can come in here, blue this up a little bit, and go like this. Pachow! Now we have a nice, well-defined edge with some good texture to it. Sharpen that up. Clean up that. And we're good to go. Nice, 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 nice. On the right layer now, please. Thank you. There you go, there you go. Good. There we go. Yeah, I do have to give the concept artists at work a fair amount of credit that they can like keep coming up with armor designs and sparrow designs and everything over and over again. I feel like I would run out of ideas fairly quickly and then just be like, recolor? I don't know. I can design outfits fine, but armor and weapons is definitely more of a sore spot. Not a sore spot, but it's an area that I'm not as comfortable and versatile in, I would say. A little bit of a wraparound right there. Good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're not about to wrap up, so we might have time to get to the other arm, but I think for right now, I'm just predominantly concerned with this arm. Sort of figuring out how we want to tackle a lot of the ideas, and then we can come back around and more easily apply it to the other one. Good. Yeah, and then this kind of transitions from the purple to the deep blue right around here. And kind of go like that. And we're just going to soften up this shadow band. Good. Good. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Good. Good. Okay. And then I'm gonna wrap this around like that, just to sort of help reinforce the shape. Right? Good. Just cool this off a little bit. And then you, what do I want you to do? You're gonna add a little bit of a secondary highlight just to sort of get that like material feel, right? That sort of latexy plug suit material. I feel like this was an accident, but I really like it. That sort of like subtle reflection of the blue stripe coming up across the corresponding part of the forearm. It's just like perfect. No nuts. I'm just gonna leave that exactly where it is. Sometimes I surprise myself. Just can't really call it a moment of genius since I didn't, you know, do it intentionally. Some part of my brain knew what it was doing. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Alright, and then sort of, again, on the subject of just like establishing a good plan for everything, right? Come in, set up the diamonds on each of the pads of the fingers. This one's much bigger, actually. I think all of them are bigger than I'm making them. So let's revisit that. Yeah, bigger. More. More! Good. Good. And then yeah, we need one on the thumb. But it doesn't go quite as far up the pad of the thumb as the other ones do. Okay, cool. So then we're gonna grab these. And we just need to lighten up the core of them, right? Give that nice sort of gradient fall off feel. Sort of make the edges a little bit darker. Like that. Yes, good. Good. Oh, I missed one. Let's see if I can do it without wanding. Yeah, I like that. So that's why I painted these darker than they actually should be, because I wanted to come in and add this sort of glowing gradient, right? Where the edges aren't as bright as the core. You can sort of soften it up with blurring too. I think these in particular, these really big ones, I want to add even a brighter element right around here. Just a little bit of a tertiary thing like that. Yeah. Good. Alright, and then the last little detail is that they have lines coming straight down, so we're not going to, try and do the multi-tone on these guys. All of our little trace lines are just going to be fully illuminated. There we go. You need to come around like this. Good. And one more for the thumb. Yeah. So you, excuse me. Hang on. So you've got one hand here that's coming along very well, and the other one that is, it's not. It's okay. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. One at a time. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Nice and clean. Alright, then we're gonna grab some of this, right, because we need to darken up our bracer right here. The shape is a little bit incomplete still. We can polish that up as we go. There we go. There we go. That's a good start. Good start. Alright. What's next? We got about 25 minutes left. What else can we hit on that'll really... I mean, I know I should just keep going up the arm, but... I don't wanna. Looks like I need a little bit more to get us to the end. Okay, let's do this, and then we can wrap up with a little Ghibli music, I think. Dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. Gonna build that city on a hill. Gonna build that city on a hill. Someday those tears are gonna spill. So build that wallet, we'll be strong, 'cause we'll be there before too long. We'll build that wall up to the sky. Go build that wall up to the sky. Someday your bird is gonna fly. Go build that wall until it's done. Go build that wall until it's done. But now you've got nowhere to run. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there before too long. Why am I doing this to myself? Fuck it. I'm trying to like carefully go around these paw pads. It's like, why? I don't need to do that. Yeah, looks alright. Let me grab a little bit of this color, just so that we're keeping these feeling consistent, looking right. Yeah. Okay, I do want to bring a little bit of rim lighting into the gloves, just so that we get that nice separation between the arm and the fingers, right? I set myself by the wind, it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Fly on my back, clouds are making way for me. Sweet home, I see your soul. You left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. Yes, good. Yes, good. I dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. Go build that wall up to the sky. Go build that wall up to the sky. The bird is gonna fly. Build that wall, build it strong, 'cause building it for too long. Okay, good. So that's looking good. I'm just gonna wrap up with this. Just keep cleaning it up for a little bit more. Go. Okay, good. I'm just gonna do the same sort of thing. Bring this in. Good. Just kind of round this off since it's like right underneath the view. It's kind of the most camera on. And then, thank you, autosave. Yeah, this one, I'll just kind of go like that. Good. Good. We just need to clean up a little bit of the prep work down here, like that. Good. Yeah, I like that. I like where that's sitting. So just a little bit more here. Good. Yeah, we gotta add a little bit of highlighting in there just to make give the gloves a bit more texture, a bit more materialness to them. But the general sort of like light to shadow setup is looking good. Happy with where that's sitting. Good. Yeah. Let's clean that shape up a little bit. Okay, I think that's about what I'm gonna do with this hand for tonight. Well, shit, we've only got a few minutes left, so yeah, that's what I'm gonna do with this hand for tonight. We'll pick it up and finish it on Saturday. Yeah, good start there. Let's see, what else can we do tonight to sort of polish this up more? Looks like the arm still needs some work. Did I get nudged? I feel like it got nudged. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. That's very weird. It's a solvable problem, it's just weird. Good, good. Yeah, that's very weird. I don't know what happened. It seems to have cleaned up most of it. We'll keep an eye out for any weird oddities that still occur. Cool. Okay. I'm just sort of looking over everything right now. Oh, I bet this, when we were moving the ear around, I bet that got brought over. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Okay. So what I would like to do, just because we don't have it anywhere, and I want to get sort of an idea on the board at least, is getting some of the highlights in the gold. Alright, that's too rich. Too saturated, so we're gonna bump it up. Yeah, that looks better. Good. Yeah, not too much in here, just because we haven't really done a full job rendering these out yet, but we can sort of start to set some highlight banding in here. You get that nice little sort of S-curve going through there. Maybe a little bit right here. shape up a bit. Yeah, so the ear covers with their hologram. You gotta add a little bit of ornamentation to the hair. Here, let's make a list because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Do the eyes. Extra ribbons in the hair. Is there anything else? I think that's everything that's missing or would be missing, right? I don't think we're missing anything else. It's all just sort of refining it from here. Okay. Just making a list for next time. But I think that is where we are going to have to go ahead and call it for tonight. I think we got some really good progress done today. I'm really happy with where this is sitting. A little bit more to go, right? You still got a lot of refining, got to add a lot of detail to the hair. We got a few more things that need like general cleaning up. Obviously, the one hand is still only like halfway finished, but you know, we at least have a really good point of reference in her right hand to go by for the other one. So yeah, I think we'll have this all good and ready to go on by the end of Saturday. And then I can give it to her Saturday or Sunday night. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. And I'm happy with how it's coming along. I really like how sort of where we settled on the background. I think it has a lot of really fun like personality. I feel it like it's very sort of specific to her without being like busy or distracting or anything. So yes, I'm quite pleased with it, if I do say so myself. Alright, let's see who is on tonight. Who might we go hang out with? There's a lot of people. It's very busy tonight. Let's see. So Aiko is streaming. Boru is also streaming. Oh, Faye is working on some art. I was thinking we haven't raided Faye in a while. I thought we might go say hello to her and wish her a good one. How's that sound to you guys? We can keep the art party going. Alright, let's go ahead. What should our raid message be tonight? I would do a flower raid if I had a flower emote to do. Whatever, we can do this. It's like flowers. And of course, we got our non-sub version. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and get the raid bus rolling because it is getting late. I know a lot of folks, if you have not already, need to start getting on to bed. We're gonna go say hi to Faye. Juggling all these tasks and set, I still have noodle arms. the mind arm muscles are strong. Ooh, those are some really good looking flowers she's working on. Nice. Alright, there you go. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Definitely improved my mood a little bit. Feeling better. We'll keep an eye on what this ding dang computer is doing. We'll figure something out. But yeah, next week I'm gonna try and get the Traveler ready to go so that next week we can start doing test runs of the dual stream and sort of see how that looks. Fingers crossed it will work, but we shall have to see, right? But yes, before then, we still have Saturday. So we're going to be finishing this up, and we're going to be finishing up Neva. It's not a super long game, so I'm very confident that we are going to complete it on Saturday. I love that game. I fell in love with it almost instantly, and it just continues to impress and amaze. So I hope you guys are looking fun to it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic or not worry about it too much at this point. It's just kind of something that we gotta figure out and deal with. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. I hope everyone has a really good start to your weekend. If it's a long weekend, I hope you get some very good rest or have some fun. And as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job. And I'm really proud of you. I really appreciate you. Bye, guys.